Through 2 days of competition, as always, the fans in Heerenveen have not disappointed. More is expected on the third day of action at the 2025 ISU European Speed Skating Championships. The all-round competition reaches its climax with the final two events for men and women, as you can see scheduled on your screen. And if the results in the men's competitions hold, it would mean a historic win, not since 1991, when Johan Olaf Koss did it as a Norwegian man won the European all-round championship. Hi everybody, Gavin Day here, excited to carry it home on the final day of action from Heerenveen. A whole lot of orange is expected in the audience today. The skaters have talked about how great the crowd is. You've seen the smiles on their faces when they get their ovation at the starting line. So just a few minutes away from getting going with the women's 1500. And we'll be there at the start line when things get going. So enjoy some sights and sounds until we get in to the action. There is a look at the current standings heading into the women's 1500 meters. Antoinette Wright-Mariong, the defending champion, sitting atop the leaderboard ahead of her teammate Joy Bune. Francesca Lola-Brigida skated an impressive 3,000 meters to get up into third place, and Ragna Wickland getting up into fourth. What moves might we see from her today? And a look at the start list. Antosova, Czechia will go first by herself. And the 1500 meters, you talk to a lot of skaters and you hear it quite often that this could be the most painful one, because it's not quite a sprint, but it's not a kind of race where you can afford to take a lot of time to find your rhythm. And so it's that painful median between sprint and distance. And here the whistle will be getting going in just a little bit. Not just Dutch fans, of course, there we've seen in the crowd. Fans from Norway, fans from Finland, fans from Denmark, and so it really is a true pan-European experience there. But of course, there is plenty of orange, and if you've been watching us all weekend, as always, they've been gracious hosts to the skaters, giving all the skaters a healthy ovation, regardless of what country they are from. Case in point. Nice ovation for Veronika Antosova of Czechia.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the beep this time. We had one of those yesterday, and that kind of indicated there might have been an issue with the light gun. They checked it out for the next race, and it was fine, so no harm, no foul. Antasova reacted to whatever sound was made, and off she goes. And Antasova, 17 skaters finished day one. She was 17th. She finished 12th in the 500 meters and then 17th in the 3,000. And through 700 meters, 31-second lap, 54.85. And we have had plenty of personal bests in this competition. Her personal best, 2:02.57. That came back in 2003 in Inzell in Germany. And so the skater from Czechia, who predominantly has been skating at the Neo Seniors level this season. We don't often get a look at a lot of these skaters, so for us, it's our first chance to see some of them in action. And for her, get into senior competition in front of this crowd is something special. That about sums up the 1,500 meters, that pained expression. It's in a distance event, you can find your rhythm, where you just find that tempo where you're on the limit but not over it and you're not getting too lactic and you can maintain. This is, you have no time for that. And it's not a sprint because you could also die early. And so, Antasova 2:09.20. That is a chunk of time off of her personal best. And you see the classification. And now the big question will be who also gets those spots to qualify for the final event, the 5,000 meters. And Antasova, just looking at the events she does a lot of 500s, 1000s, 1500s, and so this is certainly at the top end of her range. Second pair already on the ice.
To the start. Ready.
Yesterday, particularly in the 500, we had a number of false starts. Of course, for Chris Huizinga getting disqualified for 2 false starts. He then rebounded. He still came out in the 5,000 meters for men and put up a very good skate, but you don't have to worry so much about the false starts in these longer distances. And Zuzana Kursova sitting in 16th, just ahead of her teammate Antasova. She had the 16th fastest 500 meters and the 12th fastest 3,000. And for Julia Nizon, who was right above them in 15th. 15th in the 500, 13th in the 3,000. Skater from the northwest of France. Really, I believe a senior international debut for her. We don't really have much on the events she's done. What's interesting, the French national championships were held in Germany in December. If I'm not mistaken, it was only the second year back there had not been a French championships since the early 90s. And that was in, I think, Chamonix in France. But anyway, this French program roaring back to life a little bit. They now know they have the Winter Olympics coming in 2030. And Kursova, lap time 31.97, clocking in a 1:30.67. She'll get to go over the top on the final crossover. Nizon may be getting a little bit of a draft there. And it will be Kursova, the 21-year-old. She is skating at the senior level, but mostly in the B division. And wow, 5 seconds off the time, 2:04.09, a 2:05.64. And for Nizon, hey, that's a new personal best. And so you'll hear that music playing in the arena. They acknowledge the personal achievements for the skaters, which is nice to see. So Nizon, about a second and a half. It was 2:07.02. Now it's 2:05.64, her new personal best. It's an all-Italian pair. As we take a look at the current leader. And then her challenger, her teammate Joy Buna, Antoinette Wright-Marion, with the bright orange hair to match her Netherlands kit. But it's the Azzurri blue on the ice right now. Luciani and Marletti.
Go to the start. Ready.
And so, where are they after day one? Well, they are 13th and 14th, so the pairings have been pretty even all the way up. They have been representative of where they've finished. Luciani, 13th. She was 11th in the 500, 14th in the 3000. Marletti, 17th in the 500, 9th in the 3000. And both of them are in the green right now. Marletti's personal best is a 2:02. The 20-year-old, and she is skating at the senior level this year in the B division on World Cup, but she's done some 3000s and 1500s. At the moment, through 700 meters, it is Luciani with the 30.04 lap time, still in the green by 1.3 seconds. So she's got some time banked. Luciani also skating largely in the B division on World Cup. And for those of you who might not know, on World Cup there's the A and the B division. The A division is for the medals, and the B division really is, it's not for the medals. They're not going for the fastest overall times. It's the group that really is out there getting experience, and they obviously want to jump up to the A division and the B division as well. It's, if a skater might not have been in action for a while, they may do a B division and then move right up to the A division. So it's a way to get that international experience, to build the sport. And the race is really closed up quite nicely. It is Marletti taking it over Luciani. 2:02.04 for Marletti. She's in the green by more than 2 seconds. Luciani may go 1 and 2. And the in-arena fanfare plays. That's for Alice Marletti. She was a 2:02.17. Now it's a 2:02.04. That personal best she actually just set at the Italian Championships in Calalbo in Italy, December of last year. Well, that's a couple of weeks ago now, so it's not that long away. So Marletti taking little chunks of time out of her best. Next pair, Maya Dayash and Aurora Grindin-Luvos.
Go to the start. Ready.
That looks like a homemade sign. Cardboard box, anything can be made into a sign. And yeah, these two, 11th and 12th after day one. Yash was quite a bit higher up in the 3,000 meters. She was 14th in the 500, but 8th in the 3,000. That's because those distance events are more to her liking. She does a lot of 3,000s and 1,500s. She was actually, Yash I'm talking about, she was 4th at the World Junior Championships in Hachinohe City in Japan at the end of last season, and this year she's jumped up to the senior level for the first time and actually putting in some decent results in the B division, a 2nd in Beijing, a 7th in Nagano. And yeah, we are getting back into the World Cup season. Just a few weeks. It will be time for the North American swing. So it'll go through Calgary, and this year it is in Milwaukee in the United States, before coming back to finish off World Cup in Europe. Stops in Poland, and then right here in Heerenveen. All that before the World Championships in Hamar in Norway in March. One lap to go between these two. It's Luvos in front right now, but it's a matter of a few hundredths of a second. Luvos really dropping a lot of time on that lap, and that's a telltale sign that there is just nothing left, or she is running on fumes. Either that or Yash is really coming along well. Could be a combination of the two. It is Maida Yash dropping both the arms. We'll take the pair and we'll top the leaderboard. 2 minutes even, 0.74. Livos goes 2:02:06, and they're going to play that music again. There it is. Yash was 2:01:50, her previous personal best, and now it is 2 minutes, 0.74. So 19 years old. It's at that age where there are a lot of personal bests. She actually did it also in October in Inzel. Good weekend for her. And weekend. What does she have planned for today, I wonder? We'll wait to see. Unleashed in the 500. Ooh, it's a artsy shot there. We look at Antoinette Wright-Medellin. Before her, that was Joy Buna.
Ready.
As they just showed Pietrovska, here's a little bit of movement.
False start, outer lane. Go to the start. Ready.
And they are away cleanly. Olga Pietrovska of Poland and Jussi Hoffmann of Germany. So really a battle to get into those spots to qualify for the 5,000 meters. Pietrovska was 5th in the 500, 16th in the 3,000. Hoffmann 13th and 7th. And Hoffmann, the skating she's done this year has been in that 3,000 meters internationally. 3rd in the B division in Beijing, 6th in the B division in Nagano. So you often see. So there's a reason why there's this sprints and all rounds, just two complete body types. We won't see the thoroughbred sprinters going for an all-around championships. Of course, there is that one exception, maybe from the United States, that Jordan Stolz fella who well, we'll see more of him this season, and we'll be gushing, I'm sure, the rest of the season. Anyway, watching here what's going on, but watching those 500 meters in the all-rounds is always interesting because it's quite an equalizer when there's skaters who don't usually do that event. So it creates for some interesting results. Hoffman lapping under 31 seconds. Piotrowska about 0.8 of a second off the pace, and so this is really Hoffman's race now. She is very much in the ascendancy. And as always, keeping an eye on personal best. Hoffman's personal best is under 2 minutes. I don't think she will get that as she comes along. She's going to be close. And 1:59.70. No, not quite. Missing by about 65 hundredths of a second. But Hoffman goes first overall. Piotrowska with a 2:01.57. That's about 0.6 of a second off her personal best, going to third overall in the distance and in the overall competition. Something said for the slow motion replay with the audio in it. I do like it, that gun in slow motion. I think she liked her race. That means she'll be getting to suffer a bit more in the 5,000 meters later on today. 4 pairs left. And it is Janine Rosner of Austria and Natalia Jabrzyk of Poland. Rosner, 19 years old, jumping right into the deep end.
Ready.
Roster 18, pardon me, not 19. From Innsbruck, the outdoor oval there. Hoping to get into the 5,000 meters. She actually just set her 5,000 meter personal best in Innsbruck at the end of December. How you can focus on skating with all that scenery around you, I don't know. Needless to say, I've said it before, I like Innsbruck. It's a nice city. Anyway, Rosner and Jabrzyk. Very similar openings, just a couple hundredths of a second between them. Jabrzyk, also still very much in the early days of a speed skating career, 23 years old. And she's been mixing it up, though, in the A and the B division on World Cups. 19th in the 1500 at last season's World Championship, single distances in Calgary. 5th in the B division at the Beijing World Cup stop. Thumbs up those lap boards. You see 8.5. That would be 28.5, letting them know where they are. And I guess that is right on the plan they're going for. And so to determine the points in this event, it's the Samolog scoring system, so everything's based on the 500. So this time in the 1,500 meters will be divided by 3, and then that is assigned to the points they've gotten so far. And the lower the points, the better you're doing. And over the top crossover, Natalia Jabrzyk of Poland. Her personal best is a 1:57.42. And she will take the pair. She will be close, but not quite at her personal best. She goes 1:58.60 and a 1:59.85 for Rosner. So she goes to third and second in the overall. And the music plays. That is for Janine Rosner. She just knocked out about 2.5 seconds. It was 2:02.1, 1:59.85. And so, first time in her life going under 2 minutes in the 1,500. For the young Austrian, Jabrzyk, though, from Poland, tops the leaderboard. And the first Dutch skater of the day's action on the inner lane, we'll let her get introduced at home. Konine, you just love... Some skaters are ice-focused, straight ahead, clearing the mechanism. But yeah, Konine soaking that in. It's just such a great experience to have, I'm sure.
To the start.
And so it's Konine and Sandrine Tass, a battle of the Low Countries.
Ready.
And Konine yesterday really made her move in the 3,000 meters. She was 6th in the 500, 4th in the 3,000 to sit 5th overall. Tass is sitting in 6th right now. Was 8th in the 500 and 6th in the 3,000. Konine really gets that arm swing going to get those legs moving. Meryl Konine, very direct sign. That is who is skating right now. Anyway, Konine, both are in the red right now. Konine about a half second off the pace. Tass is quite a bit closer, just a few hundredths of a second off the fastest pace right now. Tass, who is born in Ostend, and that's where she lives in Belgium. If you're wondering where Ostend is, it's right along the north of the country, right along the water, the North Sea, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, Konine closing it up at the bell. They are virtually stride for stride. Love that low angle shot. A matter of 200ths of a second separating them. Second and third fastest times right now. But look at those lap times. It was Konine knocking out a couple tenths of a second, and so wind very much in her sails. She does have the outer lane, but it looks like the advantage is tipping towards Konine as she's into the start-finish straight. Drops both arms briefly and gets back into her rhythm. And Konine goes green, 157.5, a 30.84 lap time. Sandrine Tass, 158.62. And so Meryl Konine, new fastest lap, or fastest time rather, and moves atop the overall leaderboard for the moment with two pretty hefty pairs to come. And it's Francesca Lollobrigida and Ragna Wiklund. Heavy, heavy, heavy hitters.
Go to the start. Ready.
Fun moment yesterday, just watching after they did their podium presentations, because Lollobrigida came second in the 3,000 meters. That's why she's jumped up the rankings quite a bit. Well, she was 4th after the 500, so it's not like she was a mile behind. Anyway, she was 2nd in the 3,000, and her son has made the trip with her. And she had a good moment with him after the flower presentation for that 3,000 meter podium finish. He had a little Italia jacket on, and so cheering on his mom, I'm sure, there today. Very even through 700 meters. The difference, 1/100th of a second. And the difference in time on that lap, 500ths of a second. Wiklund has won Norwegian championships in this distance. She was 10th at the World Cup in Beijing, 13th in Nagano. So the longer the race goes, of course, Ragnar Wikland is more in her element, but she's really finding her form now. A little bit of a wobble there, maybe. Broken form a little bit, but she'll get a bit of a draft behind Lola Brigida down the stretch. Both of them well into the green. And it's Wikland in the lead, rounding the final corner. Lola Brigida trying to keep pace. This could mean a bit of a reshuffle, as it was Wikland trailing Lola Brigida before. And Lola Brigida still leads by, look at that, it is a tiny, tiny margin. Wikland goes fastest in the 1500, Lola Brigida the second. Lola Brigida still in front right now in the overall standings. When the next race is a 5,000 meters, I think that's a fraction of a second difference, and so let's just say they're virtually tied going into the 5,000 meters. It is, let's see the difference, less than 0.4 of a second. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting 5,000 meters between those two. And then the last pair, all Dutch. Let's let them get introduced at home.
Start. Ready.
Just an interesting race in offer here. Joy Buna has a world championship to her name. Of course, that came in Calgary last year. But she also has World Cup medals this season in the 1500. Antoinette Reitma-de-Jong is the defending champion, but she's maybe had more of a sprint focus the last little bit. She has a medal this season in the 1,000 meters on World Cup. But this one could just be setting up an absolute grandstand of a finish in the 5,000 meters. Couple tenths of a second different. Lap time virtually identical. Buna a little bit faster. And down that back stretch, Reitma-de-Jong tucks into the inner lane. It's just the wave of noise. Of course, any host country will bring that to their skaters, but in the Netherlands, it just hits different. It just hits a bit differently. It's Reitma-de-Jong in front right now. She's the leader in the overall standings. But with the 5,000 meters still to come, the 5,000 meter world champion is right behind her. Buna wanting to keep it as close as possible to set it up into her event where she is the best in the world. She is closing it right up there, almost side by side coming around. Buna in front now. She might get a little bit closer to Reitma-de-Jong in the overall. Buna goes fastest by 9 hundredths of a second. 1:54.60, 1:54.69. So Reitma-de-Jong still leads, but it's that little bit closer. And the 5,000 meters is still to come. 900ths of a second separating the two. So now the big question, if Buna goes into her event where she is the world champion, is there enough of a lead for Right de Jong? And then we can see how it all calculates out. How much closer is Ragnar Weekland? 900ths of a second is the difference right there. So in the 5,000 meters, they'll be dividing it by 10 to get their points total. And so, you know, there are some healthy gaps. But I would never say never. Anyway, Right de Jong. So going into the 5,000 meters, her points total, time total, whichever one it is 5.77 seconds. The difference. We'll see it coming up. Here are the results. 900ths of a second. Joy Buna taking the 1500 over Right de Jong. Ragnar Weekland in third. Brigida and Konine fourth and fifth. There is also a very real battle for the third spot on the podium between Weekland and Lola Brigida. Konine maybe a bit too much for her, but I will see her giving it her best all the same. And all the way down to 17th. So here we go. Buna, 5.77 down based on the calculations. There will be the live counter in the corner. I've seen it. It will be good. We'll be able to gauge it all together, how they're doing. Lola Brigida and Weekland about 18 seconds adrift, and Konine 22. So we'll see how things play out. Right now, though, we will take a break. The men's 1,500 meters coming up, and that will go. Let me just give you a time. My screen is loading. That goes in about 18 minutes. So grab a break wherever you may be around the world, and I will see you on the other side.
flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-round 1500 meters women. In third place, with a time of 1:56.39, representing Norway, Ragne Wiklund. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Lennart Stichterman, General Manager of Daikin Netherlands. And in second place, with a time of 1:54.69, representing the Netherlands, Antoinette Rijma de Jong. And then, in first place and winner in a new championship record of 1:54.60, representing the Netherlands, Theo, laat je horen voor Joy Buyner! And give them one more big applause, Theo. Our top three of this 1500 meters. In third place, Ragne Wiklund. Second, Antoinette Rijma de Jong. And the winner, Joy Buyner!
Nou, ik ga nu even uitfietsen. Ik heb volgens mij maar een uurtje tussendoor. Dus ik heb niet heel lang. Dus het uitfietsen en infietsen. Die allemaal wat voor
Men's all-around competition getting back underway. There's the standings for ahead of the 1500 meters. It's really the two Norwegians and then a healthy gap between Bo Snellink of the Netherlands and Daniele Di Stefano of Italy. Of course, we'll watch to see what kind of gap Davide Giotto could close in the 5,000 meters later. But here's a look at the pairs. Philip Due Schmidt of Denmark, the man from Copenhagen, will go by himself in pair number 1, and then it will be the all-Norwegian battle down in pair number 9. And might it be repeated again in the 10,000 meters later today. There is Schmidt. Great story for Schmidt. Spoke about it a bit yesterday. We'll get into a bit more when he gets going.
Go to the start. Ready.
Just so much emotion yesterday with Philip Due Schmidt finishing his 5,000 meters. Just took him a minute. Like he let out a big scream. He went out very fast in the race, faded in the end, let out a big scream after the race, and almost just looked stunned, sitting on the sidelines. I mean, coming back here, I can only imagine what could have been going through his head ahead of the 2023 World Championships. Suffered an epileptic seizure in his hotel room, was in a coma for 2 days. Needless to say, he didn't skate. He was unable to compete for 6 months. And just imagine stepping back into this arena to race, and just everything must have come to the surface. So, incredible story with Philip Due Schmidt here in the 1500 meters. He says he had an extremely bad headache when he woke up from his coma, but both from the seizure, and he also hit his head when he fell over. And so, yeah, just an incredible tale, and nice to see this man coming back to skate at the European Championships in Heerenveen. And now it's just the normal pain of skating a 1500 meters. At the bell, Philip Due Schmidt, 29.34 lap time. He, of course, will set the time to beat. At this point, when you're this exhausted, you just fall back onto your technique, onto that muscle memory of having done this thousands upon thousands of times on the ice, dropping at the second arm. Philip Due Schmidt, 153.56. And just another big moment for him. Appreciation for the crowd in Heerenveen. He's smiling, I'm smiling. Great skate by that man. Man from Copenhagen. All right. Moving on, Philip Due Schmidt, 153.57, the time to beat. Fridtjof Petzold of Germany going up against Prokop Stodela, Czechia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now the women's pairs were all pretty much sequentially based on the ranking. A little bit more variety here in the men. Stodola was 18th after day number 1. He picked up a 9th in the 500 and 19th in the 5,000. Petzold was 16th. He was 18th in the 500 and then rebounded with a 12th in the 5,000 meters. And through with 3 laps to go, it's Stodola out early, half a second in the green. Petzold, 27 years old, so he's been on the circuit for a bit. He skates largely in the B division. And of course, the German program, a whole lot of history there. That's the Gundenima Sternemann, Annie Friesinger, Claudia Pechstein, Jenny Wolf. In a bit of a rebuild right now. And at the bell, it is Fridtjof Petzold, Prokop Stodola, both in the green. Petzold lapping about 7/10 of a second quicker that time around. So we'll see how he will close things up. Contrasting styles. Petzold went out and is trying to hang on. Stodola is trying to close it up with a late surge. It is Petzold who will take the pair, and I presume, yes, top the leaderboard. 150.71. Pardon me, it was Petzold who was faster there. 152.33 for Stodola. And so, coming into today, I mean, all 20 skaters did take part. Chris Huizinga is not skating today. He was disqualified after the 500 meters for 2 false starts. He did come back and skate one of the fastest 5,000 meters, but with no chance of getting into that 10,000 meters today. He is not skating the 1,500. Casually going in for a man who's at the top of the leaderboard right now. Next pair, Valentin Thiebaud
Go to the
of
start.
France, Konstantin Gütze of Germany.
Ready.
So where were they after day 1? Thiebaud in the second half of the standings did a really good 500 meters, going 5th fastest. Oh! And Gütze goes down. Hope he's all right. It's a fast start for Thiebaud. Gütze does. He's got to get to the other lane at some point, does he not? If Thiebaud is coming through, I think he's fine. He's up on his own power anyway. And the ovation, I assume he's up on his feet. There he is on the inner lane there. So Thiebaud now on his own. He put in a very good 500 meters. 5th place and was 16th in the 5,000. Thiebaud, 2.5 seconds to the green. Keep an eye on things, but Thiebaud, the man from northwestern France, if I remember correctly, that might be Deloire. Anyway, at the bell, Valentin Thiebaud, 2.66. Here's another look back, and yet the leg comes out from under him. It was very top speed. He was carrying a lot of speed around that corner, and of course, automatically have to worry, how is his head? Head injuries are not something to be taken lightly. He was grabbing it for a moment there, but it is still Valentin Thiebaud in front. He looks like he will set the fastest time. Hands on both legs. There is the pain coming to the fore now. 148.94. And let's see here. Thiebaud Not quite his personal best. That was a 1:47.66, but good skate for him. And so let's just see here, just getting up to speed. And he might have caught one of the lane markers there. Going down at a pretty good speed. He hit the ice hard. Thibaut, yeah, the 1,500 meters hurts. Vladimir Semiruni of Poland going up against Indra Medard of Belgium.
Go to the start. Ready.
Medard was fourth in the 1,500, had a 15th fastest 5,000. Semiruni, 10th and 10th in both distances. Ironically, finishing 10th in both distances put him in a little bit lower down overall, just because obviously there's some skaters who were very good at one event and would jump ahead, and that's how the scoring and timing plays out. That is a very good draft for Medard. Tucking into the inside lane. See how that plays into his time split. He's still in the red by about half a second. 26.5 the lap time. Of course, the skaters who get through this 1,500 also have to recover and get ready for a 10,000 meters if they qualify. And so it's 1/10 of a second between these two men, still behind Thibaut right now. And Medard, this is going to be an interesting crossover. No, pardon me, we're on the home stretch now. Now I'm in the right place. It is Semiruni going green. Good last lap from both of the men. Hey, you're going to hear the music. You always love the fist bumps. That is a new personal best for both of them. Double personal best. Semiruni was at 1:47.97. Now it's 1:47.32. 1:48.1 was Medard. Now it's 1:47.83. I believe that is called in the zone. Fifth pair. Christian Gamme-Ulekleiv. At pretty good 5,000 meters yesterday. And 500 actually. He's 8th and 9th overall. And Andrea Giovannini, one of the great mass start skaters in the world right now.
Go to the start. Ready.
Giovannini didn't have the best 500 meters yesterday, but of course that's not really his specialty. 13th in the 500, rebounded to an 8th in the 5,000. Giovannini, he is 31 now, so Might Milan be his swan song? He is from Trento, which is a little area northeast of Milan. Giovannini, his wife, Linda Bartolotti, also skated for Italy. But Uliklive in front right now. He's another skater who we've seen dabble in the mass start, but he's really doing the traditional distances right now. Uliklive is the Norwegian all-around champion. But that event, not to put a shade on anything, that was without Sander Eitrem, Peter Kongshaug. But it just shows the depth of this Norwegian distance program. On the men's side in particular, Uliklive in the green right now at the bell. Giovannini a little bit further behind. And it will be Uliklive coming around to take the pairs. He's still in the green. Ooh, not quite, I was going to say without question, but he just faded. 1/100th of a second off the pace. It was a 147.33, 148.48 for Giovannini. So second and fourth in this distance. First and third overall. And Semiruni gets to celebrate as time survives its first challenge by the narrowest of margins. But yeah, look at these pairs coming up. Some pretty heavy hitters. That's quite some stats keeping. It almost looks like he's scoring the game like in baseball in North America. There is Davide Giotto. And gives a round of applause to Bart Swings.
Go to the start. Ready.
Those are some interesting boots. I'm not sure which one that on, but I would presume those were the hand and footprints belonging to their child. Yesterday, Giotto, 17th in the 500, rebounded to get a 4th in the 5,000 meters. Perhaps expected maybe for him to challenge that overall lead in the 5,000, but he faded to 4th. And of course, with all these skaters, their training programs are all different. They're trained to peak at various times, be it World Cups, World Championships, and so we're just not sure where we are in their training programs. Swings in the green, but as the third fastest time right now. Giotto lapping a 27.28. I think he's probably still just getting out of first gear right now. Giotto, who we know can go fast for a very, very, very long time. Swings. Olympic gold medalist in mass start. World champion in mass start. And now he's in the green, and he has number 1 next to him. And he's lapping about 1.2, about a second and a quarter faster than Giotto on that last lap. And it swings onto the inner lane. The pain very, very evident now. Just trying to get it home. He does one double arm swing before getting that one arm back on. And Swings goes 147.02, first overall. By 0.3 of a second, and first in the overall classification. And Giotto, 6th overall right now, and I'm not sure he will make it into skate the 10Ks. But we shall see. We'll see how it all plays out. That swings now, moves atop the leaderboard as we are into the final 3 pairs. And one of them has a multiple Olympic medalist in the 1500 meters. And it's that man, Kim Min-suk, formerly of that Korean program, made the switch, now back this year with Hungary, trying to prep peak in time for next year. The Olympics, and Marcel Bosker of the Netherlands. And crowd giving him his moment.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kim yesterday set the opening standard in the 500 meters, winning that one, but then slipping to 13th place in the 5,000. Bosker, meanwhile, was in 6th after day 1, 11th in the 500, 6th in the 5,000. Both of them in the green right now. Kim Min-suk, this is a race he knows how to skate very, very well. Obviously changing nationalities, had to sit out a little bit. The Hungarian program used to have the Liu brothers as their standard bearers in short track. Now hoping Kim can do the same thing in long track for them, having seen the Lius going over to skate for the Chinese program. Bosker in the red right now. And at the bow, it is Kim Min-suk, well out in front right now. As I've said, an event he knows how to do. And he will carry it around, the fans cheering for Bosker, but also equally for Kim Min-suk. He's had the fastest time the whole way around. Will he go back to the top this time around? Yes, he will, by almost a second and a half. Bosker comes through with a good last lap. 1:45.61 for Kim. Bosker 1:46.68. They go 1 and 2 in the distance. 1 and 2 overall. You saw a bit of a shot there. The woman cheering, I believe that was Melissa Waifia. That's Bosker's partner. Speed skater as well. A couple more pairs, a lot of big names. There we are, 3rd and 4th overall coming in. Bo Snelling. In this moment. And Daniele Di Stefano sitting 4th after day 1.
Go to the start. Ready.
For Snelling, the 1,500 meters is kind of just the bridge. Get through as well as possible, as good a position as possible. So you can go back into the 10K. He did a 1,500 meters in the B division last season, near the end of the season, when Quebec City hosted the World Cup. And he finished 11th in that B division. So Snelling, I think, is just kind of getting warmed up by the time the 1,500 meter comes to an end. Tricky crossover there. Nicely done by Snelling to get out of the way quickly. Di Stefano gets right in there and into that inner lane. A man who we also expect to see challenging in the mass start. Obviously not here, no mass start here, but Di Stefano does have a 1,500 meter B group victory in Beijing this season. And he was 10th last year in the 1,500 meters at the European Championships. That was the single distances format. And at the bell, it is Di Stefano eyeing the podium, trying to get into the frame there. We'll see how this times out. He is ahead of Snelling. Another tricky crossover. They both know how to do it very well. Di Stefano gets to the inner lane quickly. And it's grit your teeth time and just floor it the final few meters. You'll have your recovery for a 10K, but Di Stefano, 1:46.82. Third fastest, seventh fastest for Snelling, and so that means Di Stefano jumps ahead of Snelling right now, but they are both sitting behind Kim Min-suk, who's retaken the lead with the fastest 1,500 meter time. Interesting twists of the tail here. But just looking at the time right now, heading into the 10K, Di Stefano about 5 seconds behind Kim Min-suk, and Snelling a few hundredths of a second further adrift. And so if we're looking at those three men, possibly for the bronze medal, I would give the advantage to Snelling. I think he could overhaul 5 seconds on Kim and less than a second on Di Stefano, but that's not my job to work at that. My job is to talk you through this. Here is the final pair. The Norwegian Dream. Kongshaug against Eitrem, pardon me.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yesterday, Eitrem went out like a rocket in the 5,000 meters. He was putting up these lap times that were kind of far and away faster than others. And he himself said he looked up at the screen and said an expletive to himself. And he kind of said, there is no way I am keeping up this tempo. And then he did. He just threw down a great 5,000 meter race. I just kind of want to find the quote. When I saw my lap times, I thought that might be a suicide mission. He got really tired with 5 or 6 laps to go. So Sander Eitrem went out quickly, even faster than he thought. He credited the fans. He said the crowd was amazing and made it easy to start fast. And yeah, just that sea of orange cheering for everybody. Kongshaug in the green right now. But I think this 1,500 is just salvage mode. An elite 1,500 meter time by Kim Min-sun. These two guys have a sizable lead right now in those standings. Kongshaug is still in the green though. Eitrem, quarter of a second off the pace. He had the faster last lap, but it's only a matter of 900ths of a second. This is just a shakedown cruise, really, to get the legs going for Sander Eitrem for the 10K coming up. But he has closed it up here. It's still Kongshaug in front. Eitrem, not sure what he's supposed to do there. Both of them end up in the green. Oh my! 1:44.01. It's possible that's a new championship record. Neither of those men got a personal best or a track record, but the fanfare still played, but both of them very happy with that. They end 1-2. Kim Min-suk gets third place. And so we'll just see how the math works out. It's a massive lead. Let's just say that. It's Petter Kongshaug, Sander Eitrem, and everybody else. So how the math is calculated into the final race. Kongshaug has about a 5-second advantage on Eitrem. And then Kim Min-suk is a further 38 seconds adrift. It's just a massive lead between the two Norwegians and everybody else. And so it's going to take a Herculean, monumental, epic effort by other skaters to overhaul these two. If these two men keep their skates on the ice, they're the top two. At the end of the day. But there's a reason why we do these races, so should be an interesting 10K to come and a battle of Norwegian teammates and friends. There you go. Kongshaug, Eitrem, 1 and 2. Kim Min-suk gets third. Bosker fourth. Di Stefano gets fifth. Just looking down, Davide Giotto, 12th overall. I think he will get a 10K skate. Would have been fun to see him throwing down in his best event. And so the ice resurfacers are coming out. There will be a little ceremony for this event that we just saw. Planchapils is already playing. I'll let them take it away. 5,000 meters gets underway in about 23 minutes for the women's all-around. I will join you then on the other side. But before I do, look at that margin. 5 seconds and then 43 to Kim Min-suk. So we're going to be really paying attention to that final pair. See you soon.
die mannen die zeggen het zelf al. Maar ik wil niet over naar de huldiging voor een waanzinnig applaus voor de uitlopers uit Sneek. Ja, mooi. En dan zie ik als het goed is daar mannen staan die gehuldigd gaan worden. Dat wil zeggen dat wij overgaan naar die huldiging.
Flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-round 1500 meter men. In third place with a time of 1:45.61, representing Hungary, Kim Min-sak. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Lennart Stichterman, General Manager of Daikin Netherlands. And in second place, with a time of 1:44.27, representing Norway, Sander Eitrem. In first place and winner in a new championship record of 1:44.01, representing Norway, Heia Norge, Peder Kokshout! Give them one more big applause, TL, our top three of this 1500 meters. In third place, Kim Min-sak. Second, Sander Eitrem. And the winner, Peder Kokshout.
What a time. Was this the plan, the race?
Yeah, I was planning to use Sander a bit, but he was smart and kept cold. So amazing race and also unbelievable from the crowd today. Also yesterday, and I hope we'll share you up with the 10K as well. It's been over a year since last time, so I think I need it.
Nergens aan vast. Maar kans op prachtig bij. En jongens, even op prijs. En nog als ik nog aan het hartstikke leuk. We gaan langzaam aftellen van een minuut, van 2 minuten naar 0. Hartstikke goed, en dat wil zeggen dat wij dus jullie alle kans willen geven om die QR-code te scannen. Nou, het is mooi dat ze allemaal prima weten van de staatsloterij spelen, maar ik zou zeggen, de check voor de 7,5 miljoen euro voor de volgende keer. Die is alweer 10 februari, maar nu is het gelijk op de bij de vis. Scan de QR-code, vul een paar data in. Zoals gezegd, doen we daar niks mee. En dan maak je kans op die prachtige prijzen. Je ziet de prijzenbakjes hier al op het beeld. We gaan ook direct een e-mail sturen met jouw gewonnen prijs, als je het won uiteraard, met jouw gewonnen prijs naar jouw e-mailadres. Nou, we hebben nog 20 seconden te gaan, hartstikke leuk. Ik zie ook de laatste mensen binnen te doen, dat is mooi. En eventjes misschien nog even, mocht je staatsloterij überhaupt spelen, of wil je dat dan nog een beetje toe dan, en daarmee steun je de breedte van de Nederlandse sport, allemaal afdrachten te gaan, zo'n beetje naar NOC, NSF en naar alle andere sportonderwijs. Dus ondersteunen ze. 3, 2, 1. Hij gaat dicht. Telefoons, hou ze open en doe ze alvast in de lucht. Die telefoon in de lucht en het schermpje naar voren. Het schermpje naar voren. Dan gaan wij namelijk, als het goed is, het scherm nu laten liggen. Ja, uiteraard. Dat schermpje jongens, ik hou op die is mooi. Of het is wel prachtig. Ja, de notaris is weer bij oortje. Die zegt, ik heb bijna de uitslag, ik ben er niet helemaal zeker. Maar de uitslag komt eraan. En dat betekent dat wij, als het goed is, jongens, de winnaars gaan krijgen. En dan gaat de rest van het scherm uit. De prijs is binnenkrijgen voor die mensen die nu zeg maar nog het scherm hebben. En als het goed is, gewonnen. Maar ik moet er altijd een klein beetje bij zeggen, dat is nog voorbehoud. De e-mail komt naar jullie toe en waarschijnlijk ook dan die prachtige mooie prijs. Nou, dat is natuurlijk hartstikke leuk. Heel sympathiek. Dankjewel, Staatsloterij. Dankjewel, dames en heren, voor het meedoen met de Staatsloterij. Goed. Dat was één. Maar we hebben nog iets heel bijzonders. Er zijn heel erg veel andere leuke partners en sponsoren natuurlijk die alles hebben opgetuigd om maximaal met zichzelf te halen. Nou, een van die belangrijke partners, natuurlijk al hoogsponsor op KSB in 2018, is Viking. En Viking zegt, joh, luister, het is allemaal leuke namen dat de show ligt, maar ik zou heel graag willen dat je het een klein beetje bij ligt tijdens de show. Dus ik zou je willen vragen, als je je telefoon toch bij de hand hebt, pak je weer eventjes het lampje erbij. Lukt dat? Pak even het lampje erbij. En doe dat lampje even aan. En nu wil ik eigenlijk zoveel mogelijk mensen met een telefoon. Er liggen gratis opladers in omloop, als je twijfel hebben. Ja? Hartstikke goed. Dan ga ik zeggen. En doe maar wat anders bij. Als je wat zwarte gaten, dat is niet de bedoeling. Hè? Dat is niet de bedoeling. Dat is niet de bedoeling. Zijn kralen mogelijk, doen we dan alles erbij? Iedereen is voor. Oh, kijk eens weg. Oost. Let op. Oh, als we mag nog een klein beetje zwaaien. Rustig zwaaien, rustig zwaaien. Ik hoor net van
Here we go. European glory awaits. Wright-Muddy-Young. Antoinette Wright-Muddy-Young with about 5.77 seconds to work with over her teammate Joy Buna, who happens to be the world champion in the 5,000 meters. And so everything will be very much on the knife edge. 8 skaters advancing to the final event in the all-round. 5,000 meters. And it will be the same in the men. 8 skaters instead of 10. Here we go. Heat number 1. Natalia Jabrzik and Yossi Hoffmann of Germany.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they are cleanly away. Unlikely that we would see a false start in the 5,000 meters. So just looking at some of the results. Of course, on World Cup, if you are new, I'll always say if you are new and wondering, the women do 3 and 5,000 meters on World Cup. The men do 5 and 10,000. So it's the same in the World All-Rounds. And at the World Championships, which was the last time Yossi Hoffmann competed in the 5,000 internationally, that was in Calgary. She finished in 12th place. Last year on World Cup, the 5,000 meters was done only once. That was in Stavanger in Norway, and she was in the B division there, finishing in 6th. A 28-year-old. Jaberzik, quarter of a second off the pace. So we start to see after a few laps how they are tackling this race. You sort of wait a bit to see how the story unfolds. Now, Jaberzik is an interesting case. She is, like a lot of skaters, we could say maybe all-around skaters are sort of a fish out of water in the 500 meters. This might be Jaberzyk's time. She tends to do thousands and 1500s in a lot of her international skating, and so this the term fish out of water might apply in this case a little bit here. So we'll see how things unfold. Hoffman's personal best is about 26 seconds faster than Jaberzik, so a good chunk of a lap anyway. And it is still Hoffman in front. See, unlike the 1500 meters where there was the mixed urgency of getting a fast race and not being able, the time to find a rhythm, this is the opposite. This is the time to find a rhythm. I'm not saying it's easy by any stretch of the imagination. It's a huge aerobic test, and of course it's like you're doing squats for 5,000 meters when you're down in that basic position. But you can afford to find a tempo and adjust as things go. And it is still Hoffman in front. Now we really start to check the lap times to see how they're doing. She is really starting to push it out right now, with 2,400 meters to go into the second half of the race. 34.22, a 35.73 for Jaberzik, and I think this is starting to feel the wall for a skater used to doing thousands and 1,500s. So Hoffman, you might have heard the PA announcer, national champion in this distance, the skater from Gera, which is in the eastern part of the country. Her husband, Daniel Greig, has represented Australia internationally in speed skating, competing in 2014 and 2018. Aiming, of course, for 2026. Just over a year away. Only took this sport up, like many skaters, again, Hoffman started in inline, took up the sport in 2016, wanting to compete at the Olympics. We'll see this lap, 34.25, so she's locked in on sort of the tempo that she wants to set. 34.25, 36.76. The pain is getting to Jaberzik now. Still Hoffman. Both arms on the back. We'll see if she gets the one arm swing going to keep the momentum around the corner. Or if she's just comfortable riding her tempo. 34.47. See, unlike the 3,000 meters where you're seeing a lot of skaters go out hard and bank time and then just lose time as it goes, this is really the one where tempo and being consistent really pays off. 800 meters to go coming up. Hoffman, another 34 lap, dropped a few tenths of a second there. She will cross over Jabrzyk 37.27. So we'll see if she is in line for a personal best, because I imagine she doesn't do a lot of 5,000 meters. In Jabrzyc's case, 7:37. It was done actually not that long ago in Tomarzów Mazowiecki in Poland. She did it in December, right before Christmas time. And Hoffman, you want to stay as low as possible. There's a little stand up there, and that was a 34.75. So again, fairly consistent. She's fairly low. The end is in sight. Double-edged sword there. You know the suffering is almost over when you hear that bell, but then you tell yourself, I still do have to go around one more time, and pain is probably at its utmost. And here comes Josi Hoffman to set the fastest time, and she will go 7:14.85. And just off her personal best 7:11.63. And the clock is still going for Jabrzyk, and it is going to be indeed a personal best for Natalia Jabrzyk. It's over. She can smile. 7:31.51, beating her personal best of 7:37.18. And there's one personal best on the board here. Hoffman might have been behind going into that, moves up one place. And Jabrzyk. The smile always there for Muriel Konijn. I'm sure always appreciating being at home. Sandrine Tass.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now, what's interesting about Sandrine Tass is she does not have a personal best listed in the 5,000 meters, and so the question is raised, is this her first ever 5,000 meters in a competition like this, or what was the last time she did a 5,000 meters is I guess my question. So no matter what, we'll get a personal best for Sandrine Tass. Looking at Konijn, she actually put up her new personal best in December at the Dutch all-around championships. That was, ironically enough, in Heerenveen. She did her 5,000. She won the 5,000, beating Joy Buna by nearly 7 seconds. She beat Antoinette Reitma de Jong by 21 seconds. And so, well, this could make things interesting. It's a wide margin atop the standings right now, so I'm not saying Konijn could threaten her top two teammates, but a good skate here could really shoot Muriel Konijn into the mix a little bit. But her time, 6:48.96, personal best, of course, a season's best as well for her. She finished in second at the Dutch all-around championships, did Muriel Konijn. She was 10th in the 500 meters at that event. It was held the 28th and 29th of December. She won the 3,000, third in the 1,500, and then won the 5,000. So it'll be interesting how she stacks up. When you can boast that you've beaten your teammate who happens to be the 5,000 meter world champion, that's something to hang your hat on anyway. But in qualifying through the all-around championships, Konijn beat Marijke Groenewoud, who was on the podium the last time there was a European all-around championships. That was bronze back in 2023 in Hamar. And Hamar, again, allows me to segue to say Hamar hosts the World Championships at the end of the season in March. We're watching Konine here. Usually we've seen her when she does the arm swing, it's very emphatic, very wide arm swing. Now she's just got her hands on the back, and she has a wide margin right now. She's lapping a second quicker than Sandrine Tass, who is solid enough for her. She's also in the green for a skater who I have found no record of having done a 5,000 meters. Let's just see, there is one other place that I can find. Yeah, best I understand, Sandrine Tass. This is her first 5,000 meters in a long time anyway. I tried everything I could to find a time, but so far there is nothing. So I guess we'll hear that personal best music in the end. But Miro Konine has been soaking in the fan support every chance she's gone to the line. And an event like this certainly help it give you those little extra wings as she's into the second half of the race. Bang on, 33:04 lap time. Miro Konine. Ooh, the tension building rack focus camera shot from Joy Buna to Antoinette Wright-Madiyong. Still Konine well out in front. I don't think, unless she suffers a fall in some capacity, Konine is obviously going to take the pair. Another 33:04. I mean, it's bang on, almost to the 100th of a second, and possibly is. Tass still in the green, good for her too. So yeah, Konine second at the Dutch All-Around Championships, of course. Always the big question, what events are skaters peaking for? Where are they in their training programs? Seen a few times her grabbing the running nose. Wonder if there's a cold. She might be feeling a little bit runny nose. But anyway, 4 laps to go with 32.69. Is she just picking it up now? That's all you need to say. Keep going, you're on. And her face is not giving anything away right now. I always watch Martina Sablikova, always just a neutral expression, giving away nothing. Konine, same thing right now. 32.67. Now a little grimace perhaps starts to sneak in. That time that she set in December, 6:48.96. Tass, good effort from her too. Still in the green right now, but all eyes are on Miro Konine. Another 32.7 every time they see the time split. These Dutch fans at full voice. Konine, who skates for Albert Heijn Zaanlander, the team. Albert Heijn, a big grocery store in the Netherlands. You have to think the home crowd is giving her that extra spring in her step. Just so smooth right now, a 32.17. Oh, Konine. Let's see what kind of statement is she making for the women still to come. There is still a possible option for a bronze medal, or, we'll see how things play out. Miro Konine being carried home by the home support at Tialf. Here she comes to the line. 6:52.43, a 31.33 final lap. So Konine, it will not be a personal best, but I did hear the music play. I'm wondering if that's a sign of a maybe a championship record. We'll hear when they announce them at the end, and now she can soak it in. It's all for her. But how long will those smiles last? So she's going to enjoy the moment. It's just a megawatt smile there. And the final two pairs have already seen each other today. Francesca Lollobrigida and Ragnar Wiklund.
Go to the start. Ready.
So the difference between Lollobrigida and Wiklund is, I mean, it's less than a second coming in, but you would have to think the advantage would go to the woman from Norway. Wiklund out of Oslo. In the off-season, she does things like orienteering. If you've never seen orienteering, it's actually a lot of fun. It's there's a map, you get a compass, and you have to find these locations. I think it would be a great Olympic event in a city. I've seen some orienteering before in an old city in France, and with the old architecture and the roads, the narrow roads, it made for a fun event. Anyway, Ragnar Wiklund has done that. She's done a 10K at the Oslo Marathon, and so she definitely mixes up her off-season training, does Ragnar Wiklund. She's all business right now. So Lollobrigida, the key is to stay as close as possible. Wiklund was 4th in the World Championships in this distance. This was a year after coming in 2nd in 2023 when the championships were held at Tialf. Been Dutch skaters the last 2 years. Joy Boone taking it last year. And in 2023, 2021, it was Irene Schouten, who has now since retired. But Ragnar Wiklund, she knows how to get to the line quick in a 5,000 meter race. And in the early going, she has a 2.5 on Konine, 32.24. And we'll see how the low 32s hold up. Into the 31s, and so Wiklund is banking some time. Konine did seem to have a second wind, a burst near the end, bringing the lap times down. Wiklund banking the time early. We'll see what kind of finish she has, but just so smooth. The upper body not moving very much. The 32s now. Lollobrigida, low 33s, still just in the green for the moment. Now things start to get interesting. 32. She has 4 seconds banked. Ragnar Weekland, at what point can we start to say, okay, she's on a real one? So, apropos of nothing, Konijn's time 6:52.43. The track record is Irene Schouten's 6:41. So it's a solid 11 seconds. Weekland, well, she's now starting to lose a bit of time, I believe. She still has 4.5 seconds in the bank. So that she kept adding to that advantage. It's possible we could have been maybe musing about it for a little bit, but she's hovering around the 4.5 seconds mark. I think this will be official confirmation that she will jump ahead of Lola Brigida in the standings. She was just behind her after the 1500, and adding a few more hundreds. Weekland has that time in the bank, and yeah, there's the overall right now. 8.5 seconds to work with in the overall standings compared to Miro Konijn. So yeah, it really did take something Herculean for Konijn to be really back in the picture. And so it's possible that if Lola Brigida keeps dripping bits of time, another 33-second lap time, that Konijn could be in the mix for a 4th place. But right now, it is Ragnar Weekland in her element, in the pain cave, and making it look so easy. With 200 meters to go, a 32.6. She's had that 4.5 seconds. She built up about that 4.5 seconds lap on Konijn, and then has just kind of let it sit there. It hasn't deviated that much. Lola Brigida, I think, might be losing 4th place for the moment. Of course, the 2 skaters still to come have to get to the finish line. And a 33, so Weekland is losing some time now. This is where Konijn really dropped the hammer, but there is that time banked. There's the thumbs up. Now a little bit more movement. The upper body really rocking, the arms coming apart maybe a little bit for Weekland. So she's losing some of that advantage, but she has enough time in the bank to not only go atop the leaderboard in the distance, but also in the overall. 6:58.1. So there you go, championship record. And Lola Brigida slips behind Miro Konijn in the distance and in the overall. And so Ragnar Weekland, really testament to the surge that Konijn put on late, because it ended up being just a margin of about 1.6 seconds in the distance after being 4.5 seconds up for so long. And so a shuffle atop the leaderboard. With Ragnar Weekland now on top, Miro Konijn in second. So close to what could have been another Dutch sweep. But after sweeping both the sprints in the men's and women's, possibly staring a 1st and 2nd and 4th in the face, that's pretty good too. We'll take this moment to enjoy the crowd.
Go to the start. Ready.
Gotta love the handmade signs that the fans bring out. And I imagine those are the same kids, I think, that had Miro Konijn earlier. And now they have Joy Buna. I wonder if they have just a stack of names to hold up there. And so Wright Young had about 5 seconds in the bank coming into this event. The world champion, of course, is Joy Boone. And then looking at that same Dutch all-around championship back in December, Reitma de Jong was 6th in the 5,000 meters and was a solid 15 seconds adrift from Boone. But, you know, when you're tapering your plans, where you are in your training blocks, this is a different day. And certainly the stakes are that much higher. Boone in the green early on Reitma de Jong. I think you saw the time to beat was over 7 minutes for Boone. Boone needed to just get under, I think it was 7:05. You saw the graphic at the same time I did. And it's something she's certainly capable of. So I think it would take some doing to get ahead, or to get behind Ragna Weekland rather. I think that was Killed Nice cheering on the two skaters in that orange jacket a moment ago. Reitma de Jong, the defending champion, just wanting to stay in sight of her teammate. 9 laps to go. Lost about 0.3 of a second there. This pace. Oh, it's going to be close, isn't it? This is going to be just a grandstand finish. The last time it was the European All-Around Championships, it was Reitma de Jong, Weekland, and Marijke Groenewald. Groenewald did not qualify. She was listed as a substitute. So looking like it will be 2/3 of the same podium. The same makeup with 2 Dutch skaters and a Norwegian skater. It's just a matter of who will be where. Reitma de Jong, look at that, locked in right now. See the gap right now. Boone in the green compared to Weekland. And Reitma de Jong, she's lost about 0.7 of a second now. I'm not sure she can keep losing time at that speed. Boone also locked in. There's a thumbs up from Killed Nice. Into the second half of the race. Let's see. It is about 1.9 the difference, and Reitma de Jong seems to have righted the ship. Couple tenths of a second difference. I don't think they're going to challenge the time set by Weekland, and you know what? I'm going to see that live graphic. I don't think Weekland is in the picture to snatch victory in the overall, but we'll wait until that live counter goes into effect. I'll just watch this race right now. Through 3,000 meters, Boone with the 33.3, 33.9 for Reitma de Jong. So the difference there, 2.47 seconds. This is going to be absolutely on the knife edge. Weekland, confident that she's won the distance anyway. I don't think they'll be able to overhaul that kind of deficit now. $33.5 for Boone, $33.9 for Reitma de Jong. 2.8-ish seconds the difference. I think Reitma de Jong is doing just enough right now. 3 laps to go. Buna with a 33.5, and as I say that, Reitma de Jong does a 34.2. And that's a big chunk of time lost. Joy Buna trying to just pour it on right now. She has almost the start-finish straight with 2 laps to go. A 33.7 the lap time, 34.1 for Reitma de Jong. It's about 3.9, if my math has it right. The Dutch fans are pouring it on, imploring their skaters to do the same. Absolute scenes in Heerenveen. The grimace from Buna. 1 lap to go. A 33.4 lap time. Buna with the 3rd fastest time. Reitma de Jong with the 5th at the moment. The gap is... Look at the coaches trying to tell Reitma de Jong, leave it all out there. Push it with everything you have. Buna is going to take the pair. Reitma de Jong, the defending champion, fighting, scrapping for every 10th of a second that she can get. Buna drops the arms. Buna is going to set the time. 6:57.55. Does Reitma de Jong do it? Yes, she does! Oh my goodness. How close could it have been? In the most dramatic of fashion, Antoinette Reitma de Jong defends her European championship. I think that's her husband. It's got to be a huge, huge moment for her. So close for Buna. He won at the Dutch Championships. It might sting a bit for now, but that was an incredible effort by both of these women. She hung on in the end by 1.19 seconds. See, they had signs made. Antoinette Reitma de Jong. They have a whole stack of them, I'm assuming. A valiant, valiant effort by Joy Buna, just coming up short. You love the coach's reactions. Doing what we were all doing. Is it enough? Does she hang on? And after about 7 minutes of racing, we knew it was just enough. And then the emotions can flow. So Right Mariang was the 5th fastest 5,000 meter time. Buna put up the 3rd fastest, and some comfort from Kjeldnys. What a weekend it's been for the Netherlands. Of 9 medals handed out so far, they have 8 of them. So Buna will be on the podium for the 5,000 meters and for the overall. And the standings, it's Weekland who takes it by nearly 2 seconds. Miro Konen, that great skate, getting up into 2nd. Joy Buna in 3rd. Francesca Lollobrigida and Antoinette Right Mariang 4th and 5th. And then in the overall standings, just look at that. So very, very close indeed. Yeah, just looking at the points. You see the points behind there. Right Mariang at 159.211, Buna at 159.33. So the difference in points was 0.12 or 0.11, whatever it was. That meant a time difference of 1.19 seconds. So that'll sting for Joy Buna maybe for a moment, but just heck of an effort. Absolutely stellar race from both of them. Created intense drama for those watching in Heerenveen and those of us watching on the screen as well. We'll take a break. We have men's 10K to go, and that's going to be the Norwegian Throwdown. That comes up in about 15 minutes, so they'll do some podium presentations there, and then we will get back for 4 pairs in the men's 10,000 meters.
flower ceremony, ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-round 5,000 meters women. In third place, with a time of 6:57.55, representing the Netherlands, Joy Beunen. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Wesselboot, Marketing Manager of Daikin Netherlands. And then in second place, with a time of 6:52.43, representing the Netherlands, the Opleid Joren van Merel Konijn. And then in first place and winner in a phenomenal new championship record of 6:50.81, representing Norway, Heia Norge, Ragnar Wiklund! And give them one more big applause, TL, our top three of this 5,000 meter. Third place, Joy Beunen. Second, Merel Konijn. And our winner, Ragnar Wiklund!
Prize-giving ceremony of the ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-round women. In third place, winner of the bronze medal with a points total of 159.942, representing Norway, Ragnar Wiklund. And the medals will be presented by Mr. Trond Espelid, ISU representative from Norway. The flowers are presented by Mr. Herman de Haan, President of the Royal Dutch Skating Federation. In second place, winner of the silver medal with a points total of 159.330, representing the Netherlands, Joy Beunen. in first place, winner of the gold medal and the new all-round European champion with a points total of 159.221, representing the Netherlands, Antoinette Rijma de Jong. Now, the victory laurel wreath will be presented by Ms. Marta Witkowska, Chief Referee of the Women's Tournament. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if possible, please rise for the raising of the flag and the national anthem of the Netherlands. Linda, who is with you? Het zal toch niet?
Ja, ik heb erbij, maar Antoinette, wat doet dit met je?
Ja, natuurlijk superveel. Zo'n mooi titel of Europees kampioen.
Well, that'll be tough to beat, won't it? Ragnar Weekland, congratulations to her winning the 5,000 meters. Antoinette Rijma de Jong winning the all-round for the second straight European Championships. So close over Joy Bune. Now we get into the 10Ks. Bart swings. And Davide Giotto. Oh, so we do get to see him in a 10K. Excellent. This will be fun. Going up against Bart swings.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now, is this maybe the chance for Giotto? Again, I'm not sure where he is in his training program. He was sitting in 12th after the last round. He was 4th in the 5,000 meter. Was he just saving it up for maybe a 10K? Because the start of the year, it's been mentioned a few times, namely by me, that he beat the previous world record, or it is still regarded as the current world record by Niels van der Poel. That was set back in 2022, but Giotto went faster than it at a event in Germany before the World Cup season started, so it was not made official. And this is his chance. So they are the boots of Giotto that have the hand and footprint of the child. And so we'll pay attention to see if Giotto is leaving something, if this is the time for him to throw down a big time. The other events, mere warm-ups. And we'll see. Be an all-Norwegian final pairing between Peter Kongshaug and Sander Eitrem. And the difference between the two is just over 5 seconds. And you would have to figure with just a 5-second margin to close up that would be really Eitrem's race to lose. But you never know, Peter Kongshaug might be feeling the power of leadership in him, and with his teammate right there, could pull up something extraordinary to just hang on, as we saw Reitma de Jong doing on the women's side. Because after Eitrem, so it stands right now, Kongshaug has a 5-second lead on Eitrem. Kim Min-suk is 43 seconds adrift, almost 44, and so I think the real race there is for the bronze medal, because there's about 7 seconds separating 3rd, Kim Min-suk, and 6th, Marcel Bosker. So a couple races to watch for as we get into these 10,000 meters. 4 races to be done. We'll start to pay attention to the lap times. Consistency, consistency, consistency is the name of the game here. And Giotto throwing down a 30.09. Giotto is the 2-time defending world champion in this distance, so this is his bread and butter. I mean, last year in Calgary and the year before in Heerenveen, he was gold in the 10,000, silver in the 5,000. So he's just that much better the longer the race gets. Swings a 31.4 lap time. So smooth and so composed. And always, of course, in the back of your mind, just over a year from now, on the ice in Milan, with the, what's the word, the tifosi, the Italian support behind him. What might he throw down in his preferred event? Hey, I got it right. Tifosi does mean fans in Italian. 30.3, and so Giotto locked in there. 16 laps to go. Swings lapping at about a 31.5, and Swings, of course, as someone who does mass starts, he does like these longer distances as well. The 10,000 meters in Calgary back in the spring. Swings picked up a top 10, finishing in 9th. 10,000 meters back in Calgary. That was Giotto, followed by the two Canadians, Ted-Jan Blumen and Graham Fish. Patrick Roost, who is not here, finishing in 4th. Sandra Etram was down in 6th, and so see how things play out. But another low 30-second lap time for Davide Giotto, without being able to see Niels van der Poel's race from Beijing, trying to figure out a tempo that might see how things go. So the track record is also Van der Poel's. So just saying, Van der Poel's world record is a 12:30.74. His track record here in Heerenveen is a 12:32.95. So the fans will also sense if something special is afoot. I imagine will get louder and louder if Giotto keeps lapping in the 30-second range. 12 laps to go. That's about 6 minutes. They're currently a little bit off world record time right now by a couple of seconds. We'll see what kind of back half he puts together. Next pair has Bo Snelling, Marcel Bosker, as the battle for bronze will really take shape over the next two pairs. Kim Min-suk is going up against Daniele Di Stefano, pardon me. It just looks so effortless, the cornering. It's almost as if he's not moving and it's just going around the background, moving around him. So very smooth. 4,000 meters to go. 29.9 for Giotto, dipping under 30 seconds. Is this the shift? Is he bringing those times down? He doesn't even look like he's working that hard. The mouth open just a little bit. Swing still going in the 31.5s. But consistent for him right now. 29.88 for Giotto. Going 48.5 kilometers an hour. It just doesn't look like it. It looks so effortless. 31.5 for Swings. And this is a master at work. 29.93, 8 to go. And so we do the math. I think he still needs to pick it up a little bit more for us to start to get a little bit serious. He's just knocking hundredths of a second. And that's not to say this is a slow race by any stretch. 12:35 for swing. So he is still consistent. Giotto, another 29.96. And he has now that little carrot in front of him. If he does want to look up a little bit and start to think, maybe I want to chase Bart Swings down as an extra sort of boost. But Giotto locked in right now. Absolute clinic on right now. A 30.3 for Giotto. Slipping a little bit. The fans of Tialf, knowing they are in the presence of one of the greatest skaters in this distance at the moment. So just going to look. Now, Giotto's time at that race in Inzo, the unofficial time, 12:26.30. And he dips under 30 seconds again. So he's hovering right around 30 seconds a lap right now. And now he has Swings in sight in the home stretch. And 30.03 with 4 to go. So I'm going to guess he's going to be hovering around a 12:36 time. Let's see, what does he have left in the tank? What final push is there from Davide Giotto? Bart Swings is in sight. There might be a catch at some point. In fact, I would wager that happening. Good for Swings, still hovering around the 31.3, so he's got his tempo locked in, but he's just paired against an absolute maestro in distance skating right now, Davide Giotto. So this will get a little bit tricky. I know Swings is a veteran skater. I imagine he'll smartly concede the space. 29.9 for Giotto, bringing it down a little bit with 2 to go. I think the world record is safe for another day. But Giotto putting in that push now to make the catch. He'll have Swings around the turn. And Swings smartly lets Giotto by at the bell. It's Giotto. 12:06. He does a 29.8 lap time. And the man from Altavia Vicentina, up in the north of Italy, it's near Vicenza. He just turned 30 years old, or 31 years old rather. And a 12:35.96. Giotto. 12:35.96. Fans also cheering around Bart Swings to a 13:08.31. I believe the music might have played that for a new European record, could that have been? A European Championship record? Not a bad way to do the first heat.
to the start. Ready.
I believe, I just saw there was a man applauding on the infield. It would be after Giotto's race. I think that was Enrico Fabrice, the Italian hero from the 2006 Winter Olympics in Turin. I know he is a coach. I was just thought I might have recognized him there. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I'll just leave that there. Anyway, the second 10,000 meter race underway. Bo Snelling and Marcel Bosker. So now we'll have to pay attention to the battle for bronze. And so paying attention to Bart swings his time 13:08.3. So actually just with that time, Giotto actually moves ahead of Swings in the overall standings. And Snelling looking like he might settle into the 30.8 range. Bosker 31.3. So Marcel Bosker actually has the option of competing for Switzerland or the Netherlands, but he decides to obviously put on the orange kit. And so there was a 10,000 meters skated at the Dutch all-around championships. That was at the end of December on the 29th, also in Heerenveen. That was won by Chris Huizinga. Well, he won the 10,000 meters, I'll say that. Huizinga, of course, disqualified after the 500 meters, so shame for him that we can't see him in the 10,000 today, because he had to qualify through doing a 1,500, and of course he did not do that. So Snelling was second with a 12:42.98. Bosker had the sixth fastest 10,000 meter times out of 8 skaters, and so we are watching person here. Bo Snelling is the man to be watching. Snelling did the 10,000 meters at the Stavanger World Cup last season. That was in Norway, finishing in 12th position. And at the last time the European Championships had the all-around format in 2023 in Hamar, he finished 10th that time around. And that was behind Patrick Roost, Davide Giotto, and Sander Eitrem. So Snelling is capable of throwing down a good number. Just wants to stay as close as possible right now anyway. Snelling settling in on the 30.8 range. You just think back to Giotto, who was doing 30.2s and then after a while dipped into the high 29s. 16 laps to go. Snelling almost into the 31s. So maybe a second a lap or so. Snelling's personal best lap time was actually at those Dutch championships, the Dutch all-rounds in December at 12:42.98. And that was the second fastest time behind Huizinga. Snelling winning ahead in the overall in that Dutch all-around championships. It was Snelling, Huizinga, Bosker. But Bosker's really excelled in the 1500 at that one. The 10,000 might just be a step too long for him. This is really Snelling's race to watch. And then the whole separate battle to come in the final pair with the two Norwegian skaters. Snelling again leveling at the 30.8 range with 13 laps to go. Bosker sticking around 31.5. Who is the top of that head? Is that Sven Kramer? I know he has been there this weekend in Heerenveen. Snelling very much locked in. You see the deviations of maybe a couple hundredths of a second in his lap time. Bosker 31.79 there. Might another catch be possible? Still a ways to go before we start to think about that. Coming up to 11 to go. Snelling, another 30.83. Yeah, difference of 100th of a second. Absolutely incredible. The ability, with so much fatigue setting in the legs, 400 meters around a speed skating oval, and nailing your lap times with 100th of a second difference from the previous one. 30.87, so losing a couple that time. This was, I think, when Giotto was starting to get into the 29s. Bosker at 32.25 on that lap time, so he slipped into the 32s. So if we're looking at the skaters to come, Kim Min-suk, not sure how often he would do a 10,000 meters. His personal best, yeah, I don't think he even has a personal best listed in the 10K. So it'll be interesting for Kim. And you can see why, for someone who took some time off competitive action as he made the switch to Hungary, that Kim Min-suk would want to get right back into the action and do a 10K, do an all-around, get as much skating in as possible at the competitive high levels. 30.7 for Snelling. Now he is bringing it down just a little bit with 8 to go, but it really shows just how good Giotto is right now. Still looking composed. It doesn't look like he's trying to chase or re-catch up with some speed. Still staying smooth, watching his turnover heading into the corner. 30.76 as he brings it down again. So about 12.5 seconds off the pace. 31.6 for Bosker as he ticks it back down into the 31 range. 2:06 to go. Snelling, who is from Noorden in the province of South Holland. It's actually south of Amsterdam, closing in on sort of Amsterdam and Utrecht area, and the Norwegians are arriving. Konsaug and Eitrem getting back in. And there's still one pair between this one and theirs. Another 31.5 for Bosker as he gets back into that rhythm. Four to go. 1,600 meters. 30.69 for Snelling now. As he comes down a little bit more. Not going to obviously match the 29.9 lap times that Giotto was putting in, but still a very efficient performance for Bo Snelling, 23 years of age. And distance skaters often get better with age, and so, you know, Giotto, who just turned 31 years old, Snelling has a few years on him to catch up. That might be possible, particularly for Sander Eitrem in that last pairing. Bosker bringing his time down to the 31.16 range. Low 31s for him. 3 now for Snelling. 30.84, ticking back up, but still back up to where he was earlier. Sander Eitrem really now getting set up. Doesn't even have the skates on, but I'm sure he has it all timed out, knowing what he wants to do and when. 1 lap to go for Bo Snelling at 30.89. So he's 17 seconds off the pace set by Davide Giotto. A quick thumbs up, that's all he needs to see. I'm sure probably can't see much right now, just focused on getting over that finish line, turning the legs over. The fans carrying Bo Snelling home. And he will go 12:54.76. That moves him atop the overall leaderboard right now. And the challenge thrown down to the next pair. And Bosker will cross with a 13:12. 30.14. Solid final lap time for him. So Bo Snelling about 12 seconds off his own personal best, which was set in December. It's tough to peak for weekends that are big, long weekends. A couple of 10,000 meters in the span of, let's say, 2 weeks. That'll hurt. Next pair already in the ice here. Kim Min-suk being announced. And Daniele Di Stefano.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they are down and away. Kim Min-suk, Daniele Di Stefano. So Kim, this big milestone, first speed skater representing the Republic of Korea to win a medal in the 1500 at the Olympic Winter Games. That was his bronze in Pyeongchang in 2018 at home. And it's interesting that he also has a 4 continents gold medal in the 1500, does Kim. And so I wonder how many athletes have competed in both 4 continents championships and European championships. The 4 continents, of course, the event that is essentially for everybody outside of Europe, Asia, North America, South America. Of course, Kim making that transition over to Hungary. So we'll just see the early lap times. 32.4 for Di Stefano. That might be what he's aiming for. Kim falling further adrift. And Bo Snelling, I think, might be already feeling confident in his bronze medal in the all-around. So the 2 Norwegian skaters have all kinds of time to work with atop the standings. And so looking like there might be 1 Dutch skater on the podium. And it will be the 2 Norwegians battling for the top 2. Of course, a whole lot of drama can happen. You never know. We'll see how this all plays out. Let the math calculations go into effect as he crosses the line. Fortunately, it's always done very quickly, so there's not a lot of time to think about it or worry about it. And so a 1/5 of the way through, Daniele Di Stefano locking in on the low 32 second range. Just looking at some of Di Stefano's international results. He did he competed, I'm not sure he actually did. He was listed on the B division in the 10,000 meters at the Stavanger stop on the World Cup last season, but he actually did not finish it, and it's a long way to go after that. So he's done 5,000s, has Daniele Di Stefano, and also him and Andrea Giovannini team up to make a potent 1-2 combination for Italy in the mass start. But he did a B division 5,000 meters in Beijing, 16th there. Actually won the B division in the 1500. That doesn't help him here in the 10,000 though. 26th in the B division in the 5,000 in Nagano. And since, just 10,000 meters are not done very often. And so it's not a lot of data points to look at. He did do a 10,000 meters at the Italian National Championships in Colalbo. That was in the 27th to the 29th of December. So again, a couple of weeks ago, a couple 10,000 meters within the span of a few weeks. Di Stefano finished in 5th. He did a 13.58. That was won by, you guessed it, Davide Giotto, putting in a 13.03. That was a track record at the Oval in Colalbo. At that national championships, the Italian championships, Di Stefano did finish 2nd behind Giotto, but he also did do a mass start, so a very grueling week for him. Actually, a very grueling week for all of them. Giotto also did that mass start. It was actually won by Michele Malfatti. This is just a lot of speed skating in the span of a couple of weeks. Not only did he do an all-round competition at the Italian Championships, he also did a mass start. Here he is doing an all-round competition here in Heerenveen. Fortunately, though, that allows me a good segue to say there's a few weeks off until the World Cup resumes at the end of January in Calgary. The North American stint in Calgary and in Milwaukee. And if you're watching online, keep an eye out for the ISU YouTube channel if that's where you're watching it around the world. Or as they say, check local listings. Going to be a lot of screen time now. Still half the race to go at least for Daniele Di Stefano. Still lapping nicely in his 32.5 range. Kim Min-suk going the 33.6-ish range. Not something he does every day, but valuable mileage going into those legs as he looks to the back half of the year, building like all the skaters are, to next February, the Olympics in Milan. Of course, after the Beijing Games, where there was not really a fan presence to speak of, Milan will be an interesting one. Turin 06 was actually the first games I went to in person, and just a whole lot of fun. Fans from all over the world. A very international event, as you can imagine, but for being in Europe, it's so easy for so many fans to get to, even from within Europe, and so it'll be something fun to look forward to as well. Di Stefano will be another one of those skaters wanting to prime for home ice next year in Milan. Milan is getting some speed skating action next month. It is of the short track variety. It's the final stop on the new World Tour. So that completes the action. It will actually start in Tilburg in the Netherlands, and then back end weekend in Milan ahead of World Championships of short track in Beijing. So that Milan event in short track will be the official Olympic test event as they go through all the ins and outs of hosting an Olympic Games. .4,000 meters to go. Don't tell Daniele Di Stefano I said that. He's just trying to keep it ticking over. He's inside 10 laps to go now, so almost into the single digits. And you just see the different times. Daniele Di Stefano at 3.5 kilometers an hour faster than Kim Min-suk. Current overall leader, Bo Snelling. Second is Davide Giotto. And so Bosker sitting in third. And Di Stefano to the 31.6s. As he puts in a shift now. As Snelling heads down. And so many of these ovals, pretty much all of them, you have to go down underneath the ice and back up just to get out of the facility. 31.92 now for the Italian. Di Stefano, originally from Rome, he turns 26th in exactly a month's time, February 12th. Look at the Norwegian teammates, usually I'm sure friends, training partners, but for about 12 and a half, 13 minutes coming up. That relationship is suspended as they go head-to-head for European All-Around Championship. Di Stefano now dipping into the 32s. I don't think a catch will be made with Kim Min-suk. He's looking a little bit more labored, those strides now. And he is picking up the tempo a little bit, perhaps trying to re-catch some speed inside 2,000 meters to go. And yeah, the time's dropping off precipitously now. 33:03. The pain now very much etched on his face. The grimace there, trying to keep a poker face, but a little bit more difficult to keep right now. An absolutely grueling event. And a 32.6 as he recovers a bit of form now with 4 to go. The silent screams of pain written all over the face right now. Yeah, I'll say. Ignoring what's going on around him. Itrem and Kongsaug. 32.89 with 3 to go. He's fighting for every little bit. He's not just letting the time get away from him. Should be noted, Di Stefano, 13:47.36 is his personal best. That was set over 2 years ago in Calgary. And with 2 to go, I think he's on pace for it. He's fighting for it. Just can't let the times get too far away from him, and I think he might smash it by a pretty good margin. He set a personal best in the 5,000 meters yesterday. Did Di Stefano. He's not even pretending anymore. He is letting the pain show. 1 to go. Di Stefano, 32.5. Absolute grit. Determination personified. Not letting the times get away from him. They drifted a little bit. He fought back. Daniele Di Stefano, the man who was born in Rome, into the final few strides. The bell is for Kim Min-suk, and Daniele Di Stefano, the suffering can end. A 31.5 lap time, 13.34. That is an absolute smashing of a personal best. Previously 13.47. So knocking out double digits for him. And Kim Min-suk, so far as I know, his first 10,000 meters in anger, let's just say in some time, 14:05.75. And yes, indeed, double personal best in the 10,000 meters. So their times actually slot them behind. Swings Bhaskar Giotto. So they go 5th and 6th in the overall standings. And it's the big moment now. Norwegian bragging rights, European bragging rights, all on the line.
start. Ready.
And so just a reminder, coming in, it's about a 5-second margin Kongshaug has over Sander Eitrem. Sander Eitrem, though, this is his event very much. The 10,000 meters. Kongshaug will see what kind of extra jolt being in the lead of the race provides. I've heard the announcer. Kongshaug was a member of the Norwegian team pursuit side that won Olympic gold in Beijing in 2022. He teamed up with Hallgeir Ingebroten and Sverlund Pedersen. And at the European Speed Skating Championships last year, which was a single distances format, Sander Eitrem teamed up with Sverlund Pedersen and Petter Kongshaug to set a new world record in the men's team pursuit. It lasted, I think, a matter of weeks before the United States snatched that world record back. And so these guys, to put it mildly, they know each other very, very well. Let this now play out before our eyes. Both of them lapping in the low 30 seconds right now. I don't think they're going to be trying to go after Giotto's time that he set, because he's not in the mix for the overall right now. They will have coaching staff doing calculations on the fly. Eitrem 30.8, Kongshaug 30.78. Eitrem right now in the World Cup standings in the men's long distances, he is second behind Giotto. Eitrem winning the 5,000 meters at the World Cup in Beijing ahead of Giotto. Giotto having won in Nagano, with Eitrem coming in third place. So both of them identical lap times, a 31. So yeah, the race is really just head-to-head. I don't see them. They had about 40 seconds on Kim Min-sun coming into this. And Snelling might have put on a tiny bit of pressure, but it is a wide margin to work with. Jutta Leerdam, sprint winner yesterday for women as part of the Double Dutch Sprint Sweep on the men's and women's side. So these guys are lapping it very similarly right now. Let's see if Kongshaug can sustain this, because if it stays like this, it's Kongshaug's championship. But Sander Eitrem may just be playing games for the moment. A 31.4, a 31.7 for Kongshaug, and yeah, he is closing up bit by bit. But Eitrem almost just looking like he's taking this delicately. Remember, not since 1991 has a Norwegian man won the all-round. That was the great Johan Olaf Koss, who went on to become the Norwegian darling of the 1994 Winter Olympics. The speed skating was held in Hamar, which, another chance for me to mention, hosts the World Championships in March at the end of the season. So through 3,600 meters Again, Kongshaug lapping a tiny bit quicker than Eitrem. But Eitrem's time, he is capable of going quite a bit quicker than this, I feel. And at what point, the big question mark, when does the shift happen? Getting up to 4,000 meters, 15 laps to go. Eitrem now, there you go, knocking 0.4 of a second out of Kongshaug. Although Kongshaug will get a nice little draft there. But it is an over-the-top crossover for Eitrem, and now he can perhaps start to disappear into the distance. 31-1. 31-1-6 for Kongshaug, and he says, oh yeah? Taking 0.02 of a second out of Eitrem. So for a guy who does not do a lot of longer distance stuff, Petter Kongshaug is matching, and not to say he doesn't do a lot of it. He does 5,000s, he does thousands, and he does 1,500s as well. So he just doesn't do a lot of 10Ks. He did not do, the last time, this was at a World Cup event at home in Stavanger. Kongshaug did 1,000 and a 1,500. At the World Single Distances in Calgary, he did a 1,500. So he can do it. It's just he doesn't do a lot of 10Ks. He does the 5Ks. He's done them in World Cup this year. Looking at Kongshaug's results, 12th in the 5K in Beijing, 11th in the 5,000 in Nagano. Just needs to hang on to just under 5-ish seconds. As Eitrem now into the second half of the race. Look at that, 29.34. Not even Giotto was putting in those lap times, and so the second half of the race, Sander Eitrem goes, let's go. He mentioned yesterday he did not plan to go off so quickly in the 5,000 meters. Said the fans made it easy to go off on a fast start. 4,000 meters to go now. 29.4. 31.2 for Kongshaug. So this might be the moment. And you see they both still have a whole lot of time over those chasing them. The race is between these two. Another one, 29.5. The first half of the race was the setup. Eitrem setting up the pins in the first half of the race. Now he's knocking them down. I think at this point, just remind him what lane to go in and let the man cook. Sander Eitrem, a 29.98 with 8 laps to go. A chance for this young man to write his name amongst some of the greats in the sport. And what is interesting about Sander Eitrem, he's 22 years old. A whole lot of Norwegian contingent here. They also travel very, very well to international events, 30.13. He slips back a little bit, and Kongshaug closer to the 32 range. And the elastic may finally have snapped for Petter Kongshaug. Plenty of time to work with. I don't think second place is in danger. to go. Eitrem into the 30.1 range. He's 9 seconds adrift of Giotto. He won't care about that. He is well and truly in the clear in the all-around total. It's 10,000 meters, yes, the individual distance, but this finishes off the all-round. 2,000 meters to go. Another 30.1. This is Eitrem's moment. Just seeing. He did a 12:56, did Sander Eitrem. Back in 2024 in Inzel. And he's doing 30-second lap times. I think he's going to eyes on that personal best as well. So down to the 32.6s. Absolute yeoman's effort from him. He's had a fantastic weekend as Peter Kongshaug. 3 to go. Eitrem, a 30.3 lap time. Still trying to look as measured and composed as possible. Mouth agape. See a thumbs up from the side, a thumbs up in the crowd. Norwegian fans sensing a very special moment. .5 lap time. He just needs to keep the legs going. It's all muscle memory for now. Sander Eitrem, a European all-round championship in sight. Almost. And there it is, the bell. He can hear how close he is. The Dutch fans, as always, cheering on anyone, regardless of nation. They know a big accomplishment. And Sander Eitrem is going to do just that if he can get around the turn one final time, pushing exhaustion aside and just getting to that line. Sander Eitrem, a victory lap in Heerenveen. A 34-year streak is over. Sander Eitrem, European all-round champion. Peter Kongshaug, fantastic effort from him too. When your teammate is one of the elites, there's only so much you can do. It's a 1 and 2 for Norway by a wide margin in Tialf. Didn't have to get close to Giotto's time. It was well and truly a head-to-head battle. 3 races before, the 2 Norwegian skaters, Peter Kongshaug, Sander Eitrem, built up a massive margin. And Eitrem just had to skate the race he knew he could do. A new personal best in the 10K. His previous one was 12:56.22. He's knocked that down to 12:47.90. Personal best, European Championship, all in a weekend's work for that man right there. Mentioned the fans yesterday, gives them a little bow, thanking them for giving that extra push, getting his chance on a true victory lap to say thank you. And we'll let him enjoy the moment, grab a quick little break. We'll do the podium presentations, and then we will be back for one final goodbye. So Giotto wins the 10K. Eitram in second. Bo Snelling jumps up for third. And then in the overall, it was all done and dusted really coming into this. We knew the top two were likely going to be, as Bo Snelling getting up to get bronze in the all-around competition for the Netherlands.
our ceremony ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-around 10,000 meter men. In third place, with a time of 12:54.76, representing the Netherlands, Bo Snelling! And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Wisselboot, Marketing Manager of Daikin Netherlands. And then in second place, in a new national record and personal best of 12:47.90, representing Norway, Sander Reitrem! And then in first place and winner in an outstanding new championship record of 12:35.96, representing Italy, d'Italia, Davide Giotto! And give them one more big applause, TL, our top three of this 10,000 meters. Third place, Bo Snelling. Second, Sander Reitrem. And the winner, Davide Giotto!
Prize-giving ceremony of the ISU European Speed Skating Championships all-round men. In third place, winner of the bronze medal with a points total of 149.092, representing the Netherlands, here is Bo Snelling! The medals will be presented by ISU representative Mr. Troon Espely. And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Herman de Haan, President of the Royal Dutch Skating Federation. In second place, winner of the silver medal with a points total of 147.612, representing Norway, Peder Kungsjær. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and the new all-round European champion with a points total of 146.501 championships record, representing Norway, Sander Eitrem! And now, the champion's laurel wreath will be presented by Mr. Daniel Kavaluk, chief referee of the men's tournament. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if possible, please rise for the raising of the flag and the national anthem of Norway. Champion Sander Eitrem!
Final podium photo for the European men's all-around medalists. Bo Snelling, Petter Kongshaug, Sander Eitrem. Great weekend for Dutch skaters, great weekend for Norwegian skaters. Eitrem having the chance to throw the arms out at the finish line and savor the moment. Great victory for him, the first Norwegian men's all-round European champion since 1991. And over on the women's side, Antoinette Reitma de Jong defending her European all-round championship. It is her fourth in a row. It was an absolutely thrilling finish to that race, just hanging on ahead of her teammate Joy Buna. Signing off for now. Still a few weeks away from the resumption of World Cup competition. That will be over in Calgary, in Canada, in North America. So enjoy the final few sights and sounds. It looks like the party is just getting started at Tialf in Heerenveen, but I will take my leave. It's been an absolute pleasure calling the racing this weekend. My name is Gavin Day. Until we get to speak again, goodbye.
baby, give me everything.